Good morning, everybody, and welcome in. Um, Sorry for the delay. I picked the wrong time to try a new camera angle. I tried to put it over here so you can see the machine, but that wasn't going to work. So we'll keep trying, and I will bring you um, better camera views of my new sewing machine. So anyway. Good morning. I am Gayle. The name of my channel is Gayle Designs, and the name of today's show is Let's Sew with Gayle Designs. So I am on the Snap pouch journey. This is the first one. This is according to the pattern that Missouri Star Quilt Co. Put out in May. They had a sew along, and I participated in that with the Crafting on a Dime channel. And I have been having fun with lots of variations. Now, you may have seen me do this one. I think it was last week. I took it completely apart and redid it because when I made this, it was the first time I did a wristlet, and I had it down here. This part was way too long and it was leaning really bad. So now I just redid this and I really like it. I could see my camera here. Anyway, my phone. Anyhow, so I just redid this whole thing and I like it, and so much better. And of course, then it was with my new machine here. And I have the new machine was gifted to me. It's a Brother XR 3774. And I have only begun to journey its capacity and what it does. So so far she is doing really well. So I have some other variations that are in the works. And hey, Yo-Yo Designs. And so I will still be working on those. I'm going to scroll up and say hello. All are starting to come in here. And Restream, okay, I see there's 8 people here. Okay, I was going to say Restream doesn't show you how many people are here. So good morning, Sharon. Came in and checked in, and she'll be in and out, which I've seen that she's come back in. Hello, DB. Thank you for coming in. You'll be in the bushes. Can't wait to see what you are making. So today is another variation of this, and this one is going to be a scrap buster, and I truly used scraps, parts of scraps. Part are scraps. I'll show you. Morning, precious pieces. Thank you for coming in. Thanks, welcome in, Kingsbury Crafts. Oh, I just scrolled up too fast. Robin's Creations, thank you for coming in. Bonded Creations, thank you for coming in. Bonded is getting ready to break out her sewing machine. Just wait. Yo-Yo Designs. And let me see. And if I missed it, you're all saying hello to each other. And I like that. I like to chat with each other. Little update with South Texas. We are storming, and I'm so grateful that my internet is holding out, my electricity is holding out, because the heat is not disappointing for all of us heat lovers, which I am. And but because of all the rain, now we're experiencing humidity, which we normally don't have humidity here. So I got a package in the mail. I'll open that tomorrow on the Patchat crew, because it was a gift that I won from Laura's channel on Monday. So I'm going to open it there. So I had to go to the mailbox, because for some reason our mailmen here, they're on the street and they leave them open. And so anyway, I had to go out there, and I had to change what I was wearing because I got wet, dripping wet. Anyway, back to what we're doing today. So because when I stitch these when I stitch these together, um, we're using French seams. Hey, Laura, I got it today. I'll open it on Patch Hat Crew tomorrow. Um, let me get this. So, so this is one I did last Thursday. Still haven't put it together yet. Because I used I used the blue washable ink, and so then I have to spritz it and then hang it dry so all the ink comes out of it. And so I just haven't finished it yet. But this is going to be another version, and yes, it's going to be this big. Um, I'm going to keep it this big. I actually made it bigger so that it'd be that way. So then I had to modify the lining, um, and a fat quarter wasn't going to do. So getting back to the French seams, so I will be doing. I'll be trimming this, but when I do the French seams on the first side, because of all this quilting, on the first seam, you just stitch here, and I do a zig. Excuse me. I do zigzag. I do a zigzag stitch, and so I needed to figure out, because this machine has more dials than that little craft machine that I have, and so I had to figure it out, and yeah, pull out the manual again, because there's stitch length and stitch width. And I don't recall ever having to do that with my antique sewing machine. So I had to figure that out. So it's always good to figure everything out before you go and sew your garment or your project. And so I had some scrap tearaway stabilizer here too that actually even got, and even though I used white thread, but I marked what I needed for this size stitch. I need this dial to be on 5 and that dial to be on 3. And then I found the perfect zigzag stitch for this, and it actually looks like, it ends up looking like my serger used to look, so I got that edge, because with this fabric it keeps on, the threads keep coming out. When you're doing French seams, you don't want those to poke out. So I played around with that and got that figured out and what I need. And and I'll have to test it again, because of course I didn't write the zigzag down. I just know which one it is. It's this one here. See how tiny that is? That's what I prefer for this project. And so, but you play around with what you want to do. You may even, well, I don't know, a serger would actually make the if see, I had a serger a long time ago. I don't have one now, but I don't know if you can adjust the width of that anymore, but or if you could, but I think that it would be too wide. I think it would be too wide to use that, because once you, and of course I don't have my sample here. Once you stitch this here, then you're turning it inside out and you're stitching it again. Wow, my stuff got buried just that quick. And Laura, I'm sorry, I saw you, but I didn't say hello. Hello, Laura Trevino. And name of her channel is Creative Art by LT. So when you're doing a French seam, you stitch it wrong sides together first, and then you turn it inside out, and then you stitch it again, and then it'll be all enclosed in there. And so you don't want it too wide on the outside, because then you have to go even wider on the inside, because you want that all to capture. Otherwise, it's going to show, your raw edges are going to show in the front, and you don't want that. So I love these purses because everything is just all enclosed, and I'm having fun coming up with different modifications and stuff, as you could see. So this is the original, from Missouri Star. I know it's not original because you could Google and you'll see things from 7 years ago. And of course, when I was in junior high, remember, dinosaurs were still roaming the earth when I was in junior high. We had these, we just took rulers and we had little coin purses and stuff. And hey, Bobby, welcome in. Are you retired yet, or you still got a few more days? But anyway, so this isn't new. This is just coming back around. So anyway, so yeah, so you can do anything. And I have been cutting mine down. They're real easy. I just use regular scissors. Well, these I got at Walmart. They're just my regular everyday scissors, and Westcott, but they're titanium. They cut these slat bands like metal, and I mean like butter. And then I just use duct tape, and I got the white duct tape to cover the ends so that it doesn't. Okay, July 1st is your last day. All right, counting down the days. Because the raw metal will cut through there. So I will be making a coin purse. So all right, so that's the oh, and my design is by I'll think of it. My File Addiction. And I started my bling journey with her designs. And she has a website, and she has an Etsy shop. And I like to shop off of her website, because Etsy collects fees. So I want her to have all of her money. And hey, Jennifer, welcome in. Okay, you're at work. And so anyway, she's having a 60% off sale. And I was going to check that out and see if when that ends, so that it can be more informative. But I love her designs. That's where I got my bingo designs. This one's inside out because I was working on it. But yeah, all of these bingo designs I got from her. So today's oh, and I need to plug in my machine, but I also need to change my thread, because I was doing white and I'm going to need black. So with what I'm doing today, I literally just had scraps of this, and then fortunately enough for me to do it again, because so I needed 11 inches, and I have two other colors that I'm adding to this. I'm going to be adding this Mediterranean blue. Excuse me. I have to have the mouse underneath my table of my sewing machine. Let me see if I can pull this over. Nope, I have to go this way. Okay, we'll do this. So I got this Mediterranean blue, and then this is called ink, but it's a dark navy blue. So I'm going to be doing these together. And so I just had a scrap of this. So, and like I said, fortunately, I had enough to cut this twice because I did a 3 inch, I needed 11. I did a 3 inch and then 2 inch, 2 inch, and then 2 inch, 2 inch. And, and, then I was like, oh, shoot, I forgot to add the seam allowance. So the finished result was that I needed 3, 2, 2, and 2, 2. So anyway, hello, Evelyn. Welcome in. So anyway, so I did have enough to recut this, and I did purchase these two. So I had a fat quarter of those. So, and this is I only had just one fat quarter of this orange. And but now I'll be checking out. Hopefully they'll have more because I really love this combination. It really shows off this butterfly really good. But otherwise, this one's going to be one of a kind. This purse, and get my sewing machine plugged in. So you could do this like you have the jelly roll. You can do this with those strips. So what we're going to do is I still need to get them. So, hey, Geneva, welcome in. So you'll have your batting, and this is the width, and then that's the length is down there. And so yeah, I have them in order of how they're going to go on here. And we'll be doing just laying this one down first. And let me change camera. We'll be laying this one down first. And this is actually opposite of what I'll be doing because I'll be doing it this way. But hello, Lena, welcome in. Lena, oh, no, I moved. I'm not leaning anymore. So I sew from the left to the right. So then I'll be stacking this one on top of here. And then I'll be stitching here and then open it up and stacking this onto here and so forth. Okay, so once again, I'm only going to be doing straight stitch on this project. So I just need to, let me see if I can move her over here into the camera. Okay, the panel just opened up. What is that? Okay. Okay, so I apologize for not having my machine threaded first. Um, There we go. Oh, but I'm figuring it all out. You know, you get muscle, you know, when you're doing something for a long time, you just have those normal reactions to it. Like I was just getting ready to reach for the little drawer. Just got picked up for pickleball. Have fun. Okay, you have fun too. We'll see you tomorrow. Um, Let me see. Yeah, my little drawer, I had a piece of vinyl in there that I would put behind the needle so I can see the hole. And I haven't even tried to do this does have an automatic threader. I haven't even tried that yet. I think yesterday I was just really chill. Um and I watched a bunch of Hallmark movies there. And then of course at night when I should have been going to bed, then I'm like, oh, I got to put this thing together before tomorrow morning because I want to show a finished project. And so, but I didn't. It wasn't too bad. I went to bed at 2 o'clock instead of 11:30, and which 11:30 was when I started to head to bed. So I'm using dark thread, and they sent me all these bobbins, and it came with a one. Well, it came with 3 bobbins in the package, and then one in the. I was going to say one in the chamber, one in the bobbin casing, and so I just when I take one out of here, I just go ahead and put the clear one that was in the bobbin casing in there. I'll have to take that to the store and find some matching thread to that. It doesn't really say what brand thread that is. Um, all right, now I know from Monday, there, I got it under there, is the, oh, I didn't do that right. Okay, I got it in the thing. Let me get this up here again. I got it in the tension thing. I forgot it has to come up here just so you can cut it. And then now I can grab it and get that out of here. Where is it? Oh, see, now it's so short I can't get it. Let me just have to bypass that. Wonder what the point of cutting it for when you have to pull it out. There it is. That did not make sense to me. All right, you want to keep your threads behind you. All right. Hey, Just Craft Therapy and Anna Smith, welcome in. So I'm doing the slap pouch with scraps. There we go. And let's see. And if anybody else came in and I didn't say hello to you, I'm so sorry. I can see you. So Jess, you're working in the bushes on things for my event this weekend. Oh, I hope your event goes really well. You don't have to pull it out, just start sewing and it will come out itself. Oh, good to know. Okay. So see, some things you just have to untrain yourself from doing. See, it's nice. So Geneva has the same machine and she blames me because I made an announcement during the sew along that Sam's Club had this machine, and it was one of those one-time buy things, and she quickly bought it. And then this puppy is wearing me. Oh, Evelyn, it's a big dog. It's going to be a big dog, so it's a big puppy. Um, and then Geneva, so she was in the chat and she was helping me. Then she had gone to bed. And then I think it was Veronica had come in, and forgive me if it wasn't Veronica, but then she also had the same machine. So it was so nice to have somebody steadily in the chat that had the same machine that could help me. Okay, so here is my batting, and this is 11 inches wide and 16 inches long. And so I'm just going to, let's see. And I forget this has a light on it. My other one didn't have a light on it. So I have way too much thread hanging here. All right, so then I'm just going to do a 1/4 inch on this side. This is leaving this unattached. Sorry. For some reason, my phone dropped just briefly and then reconnected. So it was charging. Now it's 100%. I don't know, but I don't know how to, if somebody calls me or texts me, I don't know how to do that when I need the phone as my volume. I can't block the, like turn it on airplane mode. You know what I forgot to do? So disregard what I just did because you don't do that. You probably were saying, what is she doing? Oh, well, maybe she's just making up a new way to do something. Okay, you didn't need to stitch it to the batting. You needed to stitch these two. You layer your second strip. This is the Brother XR3774, which is a sewing quilting machine. Um, and she's got horsepower. She's good. So what you do, disregard that I did this stitch. This was not necessary. So you have your batting, you put your first strip on, then you lay your second strip on, then you do your stitch. Hello, Jessie. Welcome in. I need to stop saying good morning because it's only good morning for those in Mountain Time and in the Pacific, because even Texas is afternoon. So this would be the first stitch. I guess that other one is just going to be extra secure. Practice. It was a practice stitch. Okay, so I want to make sure my threads are behind, and we're going to go again. And so eventually I'll have cameras. I put the camera over to the left of me, but then that really wasn't a good angle because it was it just wasn't a good angle, and it was making me too claustrophobic because I'm used to my coffee being right where that camera was. Hello, Faye, Norman, welcome in. And so now this is the first stitch. We're pretending. I have much better control with this machine than I did with the little craft machine. Okay, then we're going to open this up. And so here's two strips. So, and I'm going to go ahead and press this. Okay, and then put the right sides together. And this is my next strip that I'm doing. Sewing. I'm not doing any strips on my channel. It's not that kind of channel. Evelyn, behave. Okie dokie. I don't need any bird nesting under my. And I like this table. This table detaches, and then it has where you could do like sleeves or pant leg, and then it has another little thing to attach it if you just wanted that. I actually have a pedal to put my foot on. That other machine, it was just a little tiny square. It was like a toe pedal instead of a foot pedal. Okay. And then going to press this. This is what we have so far. So pretty. And then the next strip is going to be the Mediterranean blue again. And this is just because I only had scraps of this orange butterfly, and I do like it, and now I'm going to have to go on the hunt for it, because Dollar Tree doesn't repeat. Hey, Marlies, welcome in, and good morning. So Jess and Marlies are both Pacific Coast, so it's still morning over there. Thank you for coming in. And I know it has a cutter here, but I'm just going to do this. I just cut it. I can't change all of my habits. And then I'm going to I mean, I can, but I mean not all in one night, one day. So then I'm just going to press this like this, and then I'm going to go ahead because this has a lot of threads. I'm going to lint roll that, get those out of there as well. Then our next one is the ink blue. Thank you. Thank you, Evelyn. I was thinking about that. When I laid that down there, I was like, that doesn't look wide enough. So this probably is going to end up being a shorter purse. Let me see what this comes to. I did make these strips. Okay, so 10 inches. Okay. Oh, I cut my batting. Okay, I cut my batting 11 and a half. Okay, so this ends up being 10 inches from this panel to this panel. So that's good. That's still good. I just, when I saw that I had this much here, I'm like, did I do it wrong? Because I did do, because 11 inches is 3, 2, 2, 2, 2. So, and so I did 2.5 inch wide strips by 13. So, so it works. It's okay. It's okay. So I am gonna press this. Okay, so then our next step is to um then stitch on both sides of the seam. Now this is where the fancy designs on the machine can take place. I have not practiced with them yet, so we're just going to do a regular straight stitch. But believe me, I will be practicing because I was reading up on them last night. I was reading up on them, and I'm like, oh, that's called a Christmas tree and so forth. So that would be fun when doing the Christmas projects, which is coming up July. So anyway, yeah, Lena, talk to text can be hilarious sometimes. As long as the person receiving understands, oh, they're talking to text. They didn't really mean to say that. Because sometimes it just picks a word that it thinks it heard. Okay. So gorgeous. Jesse, I'm doing much better. We're driving straight here. The craft machine, the presser foot was clear plastic, and so I really couldn't even see the where I needed to be, unless I was doing the edge. All right, we're not going to talk about driving straight anymore. You do have to be watching. You do have to watch where you go. Keep your eyes on the fabric. All right, let me get rid of all these extra threads because they are just now they're getting in the way of the next stitching. All right. Well, we're not going to stitch hair in there. Let me get rid of that. Now, because this actually is really close to the edge, if I was doing the decorative, I would move it over to where it's, would it actually? Yep, yep, I'm learning it. And, and Tuesday is a day that I don't really have anything scheduled, don't have to go anywhere or do anything. And I do just because night owl crafting, I pretty much just rest and reset um, on Tuesdays. I could have sewn all day. Get out the paper and just sew straight lines. Yep. It's like we learned in home ec, if home economics. But I did I thought, it's like because I just keep like scraps piled here. And so this is like the tearaway stabilizer. It actually was good to stitch on. And so now I know. I said this has to have a has to be good for something, it's too much to just throw away. And so I'm glad it was here because then I can use it as my scrap to practice on test stitches on. Geneva, I'm using the presser foot that the machine arrived with, and I like it the way that it's styled. Wait, what am I doing? It's in the wrong place. It was on the wrong seam. I need to be on the light blue, not the butterflies. Yeah, it has an automatic cutter right here. Oh, not automatic, but it has a cutter right here. It has a cutter right there. It does have a threader, but I haven't read on how to work it yet. I've seen a video, but I would have to watch the video while I'm doing it. Oh, I love the table. Yeah, I love the table. And because then that's the other thing that's helping me drive straighter is because then I can lay it flat on the table and just get better support. Okay, so I don't know how this. Okay, my my thread just popped out of the. Popped out of the thing. Oh, it has to be in that hook thing. Okay. Oh, it is in it. No, it's not. There it is. Okay. Um, I haven't read that it does, but I see that a cutter is here, um so I just assumed that you had to pull it out that far and cut it. Is yours is it your brother that you're talking about, Lena, that has the button? But yours is a combo uh sewing embroidery. Oh, both of your machines. But both of your machines are combos, right? All right. Let me keep track of my. All right. She's been taking her brother out of the corner quite often lately. Sorry, I'm not liking this stitching here. Supposed to be stitching on the orange, and it was so close into the ditch that you can't see it. And then I looked up, and then I ran into the blue. So I'm gonna just remove that. Can't remove it from the back because it just matches. So I might, when you're doing just one layer of fabric and you're testing stitch length and you get it what you want, but then you're running over. Let me see. So the seam is 2, and then plus the batting, so 3 layers. It actually makes, what I'm observing is it actually makes the stitch length shorter. I have to get my label maker out and label, because some of these pictures, there's no words, it's just pictures. And it's like, so is this stitch? Which one is stitch? Okay, so this one must be stitch width because it shows wider, and that one must be stitch length. But I'm already using this one, so I'm not gonna change it. I can't get that out, so it's gonna stay, but it doesn't show, so. So, I would, because it's not really that noticeable. I would, just leave it for me. But this is actually sold. I mean, somebody wants it. I just have to figure out my pricing. So I need to, I have my list of things that I feel I need to do before I can do the next step. And I have different, different, it'll be different styles. So this is the basic because this is the original from the pattern. Let me go ahead and laptop. My mouse scrolled over something and now I got a panel sticking in my face. No, I don't want to print. Let me go ahead and just move that over. Okay, so this is the original one. So this I'm going to call a clutch. And then this one is bigger, and it has a wristlet, and it has this, which I'll give people option of either doing that one, or a, just a pull tab. And then this one is even bigger, and it's going to have some other modifications to it. And so those are three, and then this one would be in the this way, and I don't know what size it's going to end up being. But anyway, so I feel like I need to get all the different sizes made. Then I can consult people that sell these things and come up with the price, like a basic price, and then do according to. I can't do it according to my area because I'm so close to Mexico. They'll want to pay $1, and I have to do it based on website. So anyway, so that's my thinking. I keep moving my chair, which I could just move my machine and then be comfortable. Custom is custom. Yep. Yeah, when it goes up on my website, it's going to be as is. But if they're going to request, because I've had 2 people request, and the one is going to be like she's already buying Christmas gifts for her sisters. She's got a lot of sisters. And that one, she's going to be providing the material, but still paying me for the thing because they're still batting, there's still hardware, you know, and there's still my time. So it's not going to knock that much off for her providing me with the material, but it's 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 that way she knows what colors she needs for. I don't know. She doesn't speak English, so I don't know. Just I'll have to go through translation. Okay. I see you, Evelyn. I want to thank everybody for coming in and being here on my Wednesday. Thank you for being on this journey with me. For those of you following along with my other journey, talked with dermatology yesterday, and my margins are clean. done with that site. So now we can close it up and no further surgery for that is necessary. I know I was in here cleaning everything up here, and it's like, okay, that's not necessary because it's just going to get more threads on it. Just reminds me of my son as a when he was a baby, and you know how they hey Lonnie, welcome in. Hey Marilyn, welcome in. If you mess up that person's fabric, you would have to purchase it again. Um, hmm. So I'm excited that so it's called Parasina. It's a well-known um fabric store in Mexico that the plans for it to be moving up here was in the works even when Joanne's was still here, but it was taking over Joanne's spot. And so it's moved up here now, and there's only two in the United States. And one is just 20 minutes down the road from me where the Joanne's used to be. And then the other one is in Spring, Texas, which is near, Spring is like Houston. Um, but well, you know, Houston's big, Spring is big, but anyway, it's part of Houston, let's just say. And so it's over in that area. So when Laura comes here, because her doctor's over in my area, and so when she comes here, we're going to go over there and explore and take a look. But I'm excited that it's down here because otherwise, well, I have Hobby Lobby, which we have a lot of Hobby Lobbies, and then of course Walmart and we do have some quilt shops. I just have to figure them out. Well, I remember that was different kind of fabric. That was not fabric for clothing. So, Evelyn, good for you. Okay. I had to think about, okay, what did we just talk about? Yes, yes. I'm excited because I've been having to wear dresses, which is no big deal, but because of the draining, now we can get that closed up. And it doesn't require skin grafting. So I'm happy about that. You can get real fancy with all with lots of colors. Add colors to if you're using just solid fabric and doing this and making real fun. Like have summer design um and then solid colors. Might be looking into that. I'm just gonna have fun playing around. The batting is on this. It's really showing up on that blue. I'll clean it up later because it's just gonna have to be done. All right. Last stitch, and then we figure out where we go from here. So anyway, Parasina, they actually even have, I saw somebody that did a tour on it, the one in spring, and their bolts of fabric still have the Joann's labels on them, but they have a bunch of fabric that's they're having it on sale for $1.99 a yard, and they had some beautiful batiks and stuff like that, but those were not $1.99 a yard. But we'll find I'll explore it. I brought it up because that's probably where, when that customer gets her fabric, that's probably where we're going to go. Okay, oops. So I used the, for those just coming in. So I used, this is a scrap piece that I had, and then I did purchase these two um fat quarters to go along, to match in with this butterfly. But if you had jelly rolls, this is something where you could use those, or any scraps, that you could just cut strips out of, um, and do this. Or you could just go buy fat quarters or whatever your fabric and cut it into strips. You do what you want to do, but anyway, so this, I didn't have enough of that orange, the butterfly one. Um, and so I said, oh, you know what? Let me do the strips. Yeah, $1.99. And it's nice fabric. So the girl that did the video, she's a seamstress, and so she was checking things out, and so she was making some summer dresses and stuff like that out of it. And she lives in Texas, but she lives um up and where, I don't know, she lives up way past like Denver and stuff. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and cut this I'm going to trim this down, because see how when you're quilting, how fabric shifts and stuff like that. So when I laid these down, it did go down to the edge, but this is why you cut your line, your batting wider, and so see it shifted up here. So I'm just going to trim all this down, and then we'll see what I need to adjust for the lining piece. And I just need to move things. I try and think of how I can change my room. I mean, it's not much room here in the first place, because it's this area is long, and there's a wall in front of me and a wall behind me. So, all right, so I think I'm okay with this, but let me cut this. Whoops, almost put that in my coffee. Okay. And then this, let me press this. Okay. So here's this is what my purse is going to look like. Let me match these up. Now, how is that? I want to be cute. Okay, so then my lining is going to be this here. And then my little tab is going to be out of this. So this is what I'm going to do now is get this ready. So I'm going to fold it in half and then bring it up and up and so this is going to be my the tab that goes over here. And then I am doing I'm going to be doing the triangles and to remember how to do this. So you, let me get this out of the way. So to do, this kind of a pull, you do, you fold it in half. It's a 4-inch square, and then you fold it in half. I know this doesn't matter. Because it's the same on both sides, but if you were doing where you had a right side and a wrong side, I think you do, I'll have to check my notes. You do wrong sides together. And you bring your things together. I don't know, she did it so magically. But if you want to do it real simple without doing like that, then I don't know. You do a fold and somehow it ends up being where it's just one thing. But now I'm going to have to figure this out because I remember maybe it's this way. I'll have to play with that. Right now, I'm going to go over here and do the other thing while I think about this. I may just have to go to do some tabs, which I don't want to. I want to do the triangles. I knew I should have did that one of them last night. Okay. I know it goes the opposite. Wow, I'm going to have to figure that out. I do not remember now. Let me see if I wrote it. Yeah, I just have in my notes. Tabs, fold in half lengthwise, press open, fold each side. Okay, so that's that one. Oh, it's in my variations. Tab option, 4-inch square, fold in half right sides together, then match fold lines on the wrong side, and then gently smash together, creating a triangle pennant. Okay, so right sides together, which there isn't really a right or wrong side here. So right sides together, fold in half, then fold in half right sides together, then match the fold lines on the wrong side. Okay, that's the right sides, then this is the wrong side, so then you do this. I know it looks, we're not going to do it. I can't figure it out right now. Okay. Okay, so this is the tab for the hardware. Oh, is Veronica in here? Okay, Lena. Hello, Veronica. Okay. Let me try one more time. And if I can't figure it out, then I have to cut. So right sides together. Uh, and then you do opposite. And, and snip. Sorry, I'm playing off the camera there because it's like I gotta win. I mean, I don't have to win. I just have to um, kind of coming back to me. So you fold it in half, then you bring it back out, and gosh, I did it the other day on my show. Um, I may just have to think. See, so this is like if you fold it in half and fold it in half, then that's how it'll look. And so then you have this is all here, and then this is here. But if you do it the other way, then you know what? I'm just going to do it like this instead of taking up more of your time. So it'll just be like this. Whereas this one, see, it's the same end result. It's just that this one then has two here. But it ends up being the end result is the same. It's a pull tab and it's a triangle. But for the sake of time, your time that I respect, I'm just going to go ahead and do it this way. And I will be practicing my 4-inch square triangles um, so that I will remember how to do it. Okay, so we have our two pull tabs. We have our I'm going to use silver. And I know that's too long. I'll be stitching it across here. I didn't make a wristlet for it, but oh, yeah, I'll do this end and save this end for the wristlet. That's what I do. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Okay. And so then I'll stitch it as close as I can up here just to enclose that. And then I'll trim the rest of it away because we're not going to have extra long tab like we did before. So here's here's my lining. So the first thing I'm going to do is press a 1/2 inch on both short ends. I mean, both ends. And then I'll go 1.5 inches over, and then I'll be back. And I figured out why mine was why I was off on that one. And it was because I had marked my ruler. I had marked my ruler 1.5 inches. Well, it's 1.5 inches if I go from here. Okay, you can't really. So it's it's 1.5 inches if I go from here to the tape. But then when I turn it over to do the other side, it's not 1.5 inches from here to here. So that's why my measurements were off, and why I had to take the VW bus apart, because my band at the top was 1 inch on one end and it was 1.5 inches on the other one, and it was because of this. Now I'm familiar. I mean, now I know this, so I'm aware. So I have to make sure it says 1, and then this is 1.5. But going this way, it's only 1 inch. So I and I don't have a heat ruler. If I did, what you do is which, I mean, it's in my cart. I have to press send, But if you had it, it's a material that you can iron on. Do not iron on this. This is acrylic. But you would just lay it there, and then you would fold your edge up. I need a 1/2 inch. So I would just do a 1/2 inch, and then you can press. And then you just move that ruler out of the way and then press again. Again, do not use this. Do not press on this. You need to have the heat ruler and to do it. The one that I have in my cart, it's felt, and it has the markings on it, which then, and it comes 2 in a pack. So that's the one I have in my cart that I will be purchasing. Oh, my appointment card. So, but I do use it to kind of hand mark it, and with this one, I actually used like my blue pen and traced it because I needed it to be accurate. I got tired of doing it, and I don't know what a 1/2 inch is on this thing. So I'm using this because I can eyeball it, and then I use the ruler thing to check me out. And I get close. Get close to being accurate. But when you this, what this is doing is making the casing for the SnapBands. And I know they call them snap, but they're SnapBands. Oh. Sorry for the silence. I know sometimes silence is golden, but not when you're just listening to a live. Okay. And I think I'm going to use my chalk pencil. Just use my chalk pencil so that I can do that inch and a half. Okay. So now we go ahead and open this up, and then your piece is going to fit in here. Well, I mean, that's what you're going to do. We're going to see if it fits in there. So this is the wrong side. This is the outside. And so then this goes in here. So mine is quite a bit. I have to cut that down. I have to cut my lining down. It fits this way. This way it fits good. But I have, because I had to cut off of this. So now I need to cut this much off of here. All right, so which is a first for me, but doing this is a first for me. So I need to cut this to 10. I'm trying to think of a better way to do this since I have no space right here. Sorry if it looked like I was frozen. I was just thinking. And this is not a ruler I need to be using. I'm waiting for somebody to say something in the chat. Stop, don't do that. But nobody is saying anything. Y'all think I know what I'm doing? I am learning as I go, because kind of, that's what happens when you're making up your own patterns. Yeah, figure it out. Okay, so now I have a nice scrap piece to test stitches on, as long as I use light color thread. All right, so now we should fit. Hopefully I didn't cut too much off. That's what I thought. Okay, so I don't want to. It was too much. I was thinking, oh, I should just leave a little extra. It's like, okay. So now, all right. So let me put this in here. It fits lengthwise. Oh, you're just all mesmerized. And yeah, you don't know how to, well, um, so so I on my channel, I like to just show you how it is, and because then maybe if this happens to you, you say, "Oh yeah, I remember Gail figured it out." So now this piece is wider than my lining. So I'm just going to place it in here. I'm going to flip it over, and this is how much I have to cut off. And so that is what I need to do. And I need to make sure not to cut this, but cut this. So we may end up with a little coin purse if I have to keep cutting, cutting, cutting. So um, well, let me make sure that this is over where it needs to be. Because the width does need to be the same. Okay, so I'm good there. Deep breath, and here we go. I'm going to run into the computer. Cleaning out cabinets in my kitchen, so not in chat much. Okay, so that's what I mean by the silence, because I know you're all, you're either at work or you're busy, da da da, and so you're listening to the chat, you're listening to me, and if I'm silent, you got nothing but silence. All right. So that didn't go all the way through. And this batting stuff, I clean all the threads and stuff off, and I put it in a bag for um my little miss that she can use for some projects that she makes, stuffies. All right. Okay. So then you fold over your ends, and my ends look uneven. Let me see. So 1.5. Oh, okay. That's why. I'm like, wait, it wasn't pulled up. Tell you, this dark fabric is too dark for my eyes. Um, like certain tones. Like my brothers all have like baritone voices, and then they just muffle. Okay, so my 1.5 is not 1.5 anymore. Oh man. Which is easy. Wait, no, it can't. Wait. I'm going to do this because we don't need a 1/2 inch for this. So I am going to do this because we do need that to do that. And then I'll just make a smaller here. So I'm going to press this. We're figuring it out, y'all. Figuring it out. That's where my line is. Okay. Then I do this and because I didn't cut anything off of the length, I'm just going to do it quarter inch. Turn it under a quarter inch, then that will fit. Tell you with all the blood, sweat, and tears. Well, actually, no blood on this one. With all the sweat and tears for this. I don't know if she's going to leave my house. She needs to stay home with me. Oh, I don't know if this is right yet, but I have to sit down. Okay. So I just made it. Oh, you can't see that part. So I just instead of a half inch, I just folded it under a little bit. And the importance of that is so your slap band will fit in there. And see, mine are okay. Okay, so this is 10 inches. Okay, that's fine. This will definitely fit, but it might be too much now. Like I said, I can't see. All right, so it's a little more than, yeah, more than an inch and a half, which may not matter, and as long as it matches each other. Because you do want these seams to match up. And they do. So that's the important part. Okay. I'm still fiddling with this. Get down. That's been crystallized. All right, so then you're going to put in your tabs. Oh, that's what's different. Okay. All right. So this is 10 inches. So you want that point at 5, which this one is. This one I can tell is off because it's not centered in here. And then and so then they're equal. Sorry, I'm thinking as I'm going and uh, and I don't like seeing this raw edge here. And you don't get that when you fold it the other way. Highland to Talbert. Welcome. Welcome in, honey. Thank you, Lena. I've folded this side so many times. It's not behaving. See, this is way more than an inch and a half. Wait, that's an inch and a quarter. Here's an inch and a half. Phew. Okay. All right, I'm done fiddling. I'm tired of fiddling. I'm not saying I'm done because if it's not right, it's not right. And I see I have that one up higher. Okay. Okay. You're still matching up. It's 5 1/4 and 5. It's being so fiddly. I'm being. All right. I'm going to do it. It's going to see how it is. I'm going to stitch this and then trim it. Excuse me. I like how it looks. So hopefully it'll be good. All right, let me get the machine back in here. Mm. Okay, so I'm just going to sew as close as I can to the hardware. Hey, spelling diversity. Okay, thank you, spelling. I pray she's okay. Okay, so I'm going to, because I don't want my fingers in here. I'm going to just give it a stitch down here to hold it in place while I get closer. All right. Oh, Brandy, hey, welcome in. Sipping crabs. Okay, so that one's ready. You know, I'll trim it down later, but that's ready. I'll put that with the bands. Okay, so here's what we have. Let me see if you can. So I just had scraps of this orange fabric, and so sorry, my phone is too close to me to show you exactly. Where's my mouse? Get that out of my way. Um, so what I'm going to do is stitch close to this edge, and then I'm going to stitch close to this edge next, and this is the channel for the slap band. And so I've had to make some modifications because doing the strips, so I had to cut down the lining, the width of the lining. So, but it's all customized, so it's fine. Thank you, Jessie. And normally I would go over the tabs, like go over it, then back it up, and then go over it again. But I'm not good at backing up yet on this. I need to learn how to drive backwards. So we are just going to be doing just the one, and then I can go over it again to give it some more strength. But um, so that looks good. I stayed on the fabric. Well, I mean, I would have stayed on the fabric because it's all fabric, but thank you, Brandy. I do too. And so I found this is Mediterranean blue, and then this is ink blue, and it goes perfect with this blue butterfly. And you know, I'm a blue girl too. Like you're a blue girl. All right, so this, I did that one. So I'm going to go, um, I'm going to stitch along here. Thinking. Because last night when I did this, I did so close to the edge. It was on top of the, it, instead of stitching close to the, instead of the stitches being on the edge, it was like on top of it. Um, well, Spilling, I believe you had yours first. But I was just in and I don't have like, I was in there and I was looking for inspiration, like an all over pattern that wasn't directional. And they had just one roll of that. So, but yeah, no, we don't have to stop buying the same fabric. You need to use yours. I'm giving you plenty of time to learn just examples, what you can do with it. See, this is another option. The bad thing about getting from Dollar Tree is that they they don't always carry the same thing. So you gotta get it when you see it. And now I love this and I love the this these two blues together with it. And I would want to make more. I would want to make more purses with it because I like the other purse that I made, the little sorry, I had to get a drink. Um, anyway, so I'm going to be on the hunt for this, looking for more of it, because I'm loving how this is turning out, and I'm going to want to make more. And um, so, but I'll be listing them in my website. And if I don't find any more fabric, it'll just be one of a kind, which is not a problem. All right, so let me stick this in here to make sure. I'm pretty sure that this is gonna fit. Yeah, this works. Yep, this is great. Hi, Irma. I am making a slap band using strips of fabric. I mean, a slap band purse, making using strips of fabric. So this is the original one that I made, and it's like a clutch. And then I made this one, and it's a little bit bigger because I did 10-inch. I did 10-inch squares. Sorry, that's my phone camera, and I fixed this the first time I made it because it was the first time doing it. My tab was too long, so it was just hanging out too far and leaning. Oh, and plus I did it too low. So I'll show them when I get done with stitching with this, but that's what we're doing today. I'm just coming up with all these different variations, and this is another one that I'm doing, and it is actually it actually is going to be a bigger purse, and it's going to have some other things added to it. If I learn how to do a video, I'll just do that one as a video. Because the quilting, I've done the quilting many times on the show. That one would just be assembling. So I have a new sewing machine. It was a gift, and it is a Brother XR3774, which is a sewing quilting machine. And I'm loving this. I'm loving the power it has. I'm loving this presser foot. It's a really good guide for my seams. It's my second time using it. It arrived Monday, and I'm gonna love checking out all these quilting stitches. So I was saying earlier in this live that when I'm doing, like when you're using this, when you're sewing strips together and you're doing these stitches, that would be really nice to just come out a little bit more and use some of these decorative stitches, and that'll be cool. Like there's these Christmas ones, and it'd be great for Christmas themed projects. All right, well, let's clean this up and get all these pins out of there. So I'm going to just move it to the side so that I can clean it up, because the next step you want, oh, I am going to be zigzagging. I thought, oh, I don't need to do the zigzagging. All right, so I'm still learning the machine. I figured out my my zigzag that I use. Now I forgot. Now I not forget, but and I just grabbed a piece because I did my scrap fabric that I had sitting here so much that I couldn't see where my lines were anymore. But then I found a good because it has all these knobs. So like one is a stitch length and one is a stitch width. And so I know for my straight stitch, I want the middle dial to be on a 5 and then the right hand dial to be on a 3. And I know for my zigzag stitch, I want that to be on number 1. So I am going to test this out so I can go ahead and make sure if number 5 is what I need that on. Whoops. How about if we remember to turn the other dial to zigzag, which is number 3. Okay, so number 5 is too wide for what I want, but I'm going to mark it. Okay, so this is what a 1-5 looks like. So this is 1-5 for when I want that stitch. That's what I want. Okay, so that's 1-5. We're keeping it at 1 because I know that's where I want it to be. So I'm going to try a 3 because I want a small stitch because I'm going to stitch this edge and I want it to be like a serger result. So I'm at 1-3. And that's good, but I want it smaller. But we're going to mark it. So this is 1-3. And that's nice about using this stabilizer. This is tearaway stabilizer for my embroidery machine. It looks like it was a strawberry that patch that I made. Okay, so that's 1-3. I'm gonna go 1-2 because I don't think I went 1. Oh, that's right. You picked it. Let me see. So I'm gonna do 2 because 3 is close. Thank you all for coming on this journey with me. I learned a new machine and a new project because I'm just taking the basic pattern and modifying, coming up with different variations. Okay, so this is a 1-2, and I think that's what I want. So this is the one that I want, is the 1-2. That's interesting how it looks from the back. It doesn't look, this doesn't look zigzag. It looks zigzag from the front, but not the back. But it's not a big deal. This is what I want for my zigzag. So I have 1-2. Now I have record of it, as long as I don't lose this. I'll keep that with my manuals so I know. Okay, so I have to get the so the SnapBands. So they're indented on one side, and so invert and extrovert pump. hump and concave, whatever you want to say. But this is the side that you want in the front. This is the side that you want in the back. And so here's the channel, and you just slip it in the pocket that we made. And you want so those slat bands come in different sizes. These particular slat bands that I got for sublimation, and and so that they have extra material around it, and you could see it's just like already filling up. They snapped, and they will snap. So anyway, I was cutting them down because they were too long in my other things, but this one is different. So this is going to be a French seam, and with French seams, we go ahead and let me just clean this up. Kawanda, which is Crafts by Q, she is on her sewing journey. She's learning how to sew, and she came on with me on Night Owl Crafting, and then then she had Jennifer Hancock as her guest on her channel, and they made a zipper pouch. So Kawanda's made a slap band purse, and then now a zipper pouch. And she said, sewing is messy. And I'm like, yes, it is. And of course, I'm wearing a white dress, but anyway, so okay, so my slap bands are in there, and for French seams, we match wrong sides together. And you're gonna, the lining is in here and it kind of buckles in there, so you just kind of want to fiddle with it until it's nice and smooth. I did that, but then when I stitched it, it ended up still being a gap in there. It really wasn't any big deal, because it was just a little bit, but it just I was unable to pull the corner out to where it was sharp. It was rounded, which I ended up taking that one totally apart anyway, because it had that was the VW bus one. Okay, so these will be snapping as you play with it. I go ahead and just like put a clip up there so they just stop. It's like it's kind of humorous the way they just keep snapping and curling up on you. So again, I'm just pulling this out, and so you're going to be stitching from the bottom up. So this one I'll be doing this way, so I'm going to put my clips that direction, and yes, I finally got clips. It came with it was one of the bonus pieces with this machine. And also I got all these pre-wound bobbins with this machine as well. And this one came from Walmart, and they had different, they had the machine, and then it had different options as far as like a hard case, or like I said, the bobbins, or I forgot what some other things. Oh, and then they had one where the bonus was needles, more sewing needles. So of course I wanted the clips and the bobbins, because that's a lot of bobbins. And if you buy bobbins, well, I don't know, those are bobbins that I don't need to like find it. Okay, so I have that clipped. Now I have this hardware here, and I know it seems kind of backwards how you're going to do it. Um, but because it's French seams, that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to cut this down actually. And so just grabbing that. It's going to go here. And now that I know the placement, I mean, you know, because I placed the other one too far down, I know it's going to go like about here. And I'm actually going to just leave that long, and I'll clip it after I stitch it. But I do want it there. And I'm gonna pin it. Irma, how you doing? Irma is my friend from California. From Miss Rita to the rescue. And Loretta, she's also from Miss Rita to the rescue. And she was in my chat on Monday night. Sadly, Miss Rita had lost her battle, her second round. She had breast cancer, and she almost made it to 5 years. And then it came back with a vengeance. It was metastasized. So sadly, she's no longer with us. But the friends we made, we're still friends. Okay. All right. The fun part. I'm going to do the easy side first. And we're going to do this side. So you want to get as close to the edge. Okay, this is how I do it. You may see other videos where they do, like for French seams, they do like a 1/4 inch seam, and then they do a 1/2 inch seam on the inside. I'm doing close to the edge because if you don't capture all of this stuff, it's just going to keep shredding. And then when you turn it inside out and stitch it again, this is going to show up on this side, even though you stitched it closed on the other side, if you don't get this close to the edge. So my personal experience, and I've been doing French seams, oh gosh, way back in the 80s, all of my stuff before sergers. And I've been doing French seams, but it's different on clothing because you only have 2 layers. And so it's not, and it's not, it's just cleaner. But this, you got all these layers, it's thick. It's at least, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of fabric plus the batting. So I get all these strings as much out of the way as I can. And I am on zigzag. Okay. Have to check and make sure. And my dress is really colorful right now with all this thread all over it. So, all right. And eventually I'll get cameras positioned good where y'all can see. And I just looked up there and I can see that I need to plug this in. My phone is actually my sound. So, and I don't start right at the corner because otherwise it'll get sucked down into the feed. I'll come back and close that corner up. just some little tricks I've learned along the way on this pouch journey here. And I do back up at the top here. Whew. As soon as I took the pin out, this was like wanting to snap. I mean the clip. Let me stick it in there to get, and so and it is far enough in there to where it's not in my seam, and that's what you want to make sure is that you're not going to go over that metal. And like I said, if you don't know what a snap band is, it's actually just a ruler, a retractable ruler, and then it has a cover on it. And you could totally just get a retractable ruler. I know a lot of times they'll give them out at Harbor Freight and free. But then get yourself some duct tape. My cover just came off. So get some duct tape. I got this at Walmart for $3 something, and I chose white so that it's not going to show up if I'm using light colored fabric. And then get some scissors that can cut it, or get some kind of cut thing to cut the metal. My scissors actually, actually cut it without any problem. These are just, I'll keep forgetting. These are just Walmart scissors. I mean, there's Westcott, which I think is their brand, but it's titanium, but it cuts it just like butter. And so I've been cutting these down, but you can, I will be catching. Now look here, I went so close to the edge, it didn't even catch this here. And so it's a good thing I turned it over, and I'm gonna do it from this side too. So it did catch up here, but it didn't catch back here. And so I'm glad I turned it over. But that's just because I went so close to the edge, and then it's layers. So oh, you remember? And her corgis, yes. Every time I see a corgi, I think of her. She was such a nice crafter and loved her cricket as well. Yeah, she was a cricket I guess they call them experts or whatever, but she was monetized through cricket. But Irma, I'm doing great. I've picked up a new hobby, raising monarch butterflies. It's my 4th year now. I took a little break, but have since started again. I'm still crafting too. Yeah. Miss Rita, she did a lot with I really liked her things that she did with the alcohol inks, and oh, they were just so pretty. And on glass and stuff like that. All right, so I'm going to do zigzag again and capture these edges. And I am doing it from the top down. Yeah, Miss Rita to the rescue. I loved her history lessons that she would always give history lessons of her area. All right, let's check this out. Oops. Man, I'm still missing over here. So maybe let me go up in my stitch width and capture that again. I haven't had trouble with it before. Um, Doing this. I used to be all my other purses that I made have been where I didn't have to do that, but I've had to do a lot of modifications with this. Um, and taking notes, so that when I make a strip scrap design again, I'll make sure. Normally I don't cut the Normally I don't cut the batting until I get the front. Well, actually, you quilt it. It's all learning. It's all a learning curve here. Getting the fabric this time. At least it looks like I am. Yeah, I did too. She was so funny. Okay, let's see. All right, we're good now. I'll go ahead and I'll trim it up after I'm done, but I need to let me move these clips because I need these bands to behave. Okay, here's so I'm doing this side now, and I'm just leaving this long for right now. And I think I actually need to bring it in more. It's hard to judge how much you need because I'm going to end up going in wider. I guess this right here. All right. Hey, DB. All right. Um, and I'm going to leave it at that. It looks like it's a 2.5. And I was doing a 2 before. All right. I did what I said I shouldn't do. When I get in that, when I start at the edge, it just doesn't seem to move. So I'm gonna put that, and I'm gonna go start it up a little away from the corner, and then I'll catch it later. Coming up to the all right, then we can check out if I need to do any extra, which I know I'd need. Yep. All right, same thing. I got to come down the edge, catch this back fabric. And I did leave it longer. I mean, I did leave it at the 2.5 inches. The band part is good. Just need to catch these edges here. Okay. That's good. Dang. I think it's good, and then it's not. Just a little. What is that? Oh, that's where my red started. Like, what is that? Alrighty. One more time. And of course, that, so here it is here. And of course, the seam is sewn, but this fabric didn't catch here. And so I'm going over it, and I just need to come in deeper to get it. And of course, with the next stitch on the inside, it will catch it, but I definitely want to make sure that it's caught here so that it doesn't come apart. And I notice that it's open here as well. All right. Wow. It's a new journey, y'all. I do know how to sew. All right. Um, going up to a 3. And wait, did I need to capture? Oh, but I need to capture that on the front. I need to capture this on the back. Thank you, Precious. I would be too, if it was another creator going through this, I would be with them too, because I would need to know how to resolve the situation that's happening. And so, and I think sometimes I feel like, because I just don't like the way that this fabric just always sheds. And I feel sometimes that I just want to like run a bead of stitch witchery. Is that what it is? The stitches in a bottle. Um, I I feel like I want to do that just to prevent all the strings and the shedding, because I'm thinking, oh, my fabric is shrinking, it's shedding, and so it's like it's not as wide as it used to be because it just lost all of that. So now I'm gonna close up this seam up here on the edge of the pocket of the slat band. So I noticed that's open too. Stitch witchery is a tape. Okay, so um that's what I was thinking when it's kind of like a webby kind of a stitch witchery. Um, I have it. I think it's actually over here. Um, but I'm pretty sure y'all know well, most of y'all know what I'm talking about. It's, I say it's right here, but nope. Oh, yep, it is. Fray check. Yeah, yeah, fray check. One of the when my husband was getting out of the military and we were moving to California, and um, some of I used to teach school, and so school was out, and so just to continue, because we knew California was going to be more. Plus, we were getting out of the military, so no more commissary, and so we knew it was going to be extra expense, and so I got a job on base in the dry cleaner. And some of the things, even though like they weren't the service person wasn't paying for alterations, but sometimes you just couldn't do a good press with like their pant hem coming apart and stuff. And so we used the stitch witchery a lot just to do like a just to hem the pant to so we can give it a good press. And we also use a freight check on something. But oh, this was in the 80s when people were dry cleaning their jeans so they wouldn't fade. And and then they wanted the crease. And there's some kind of a I can't remember the name of it now. Um, there's some kind of a liquid that we would put in the press in the you press and then you put it down in the press and then press it again and then it made it a permanent press. Anyway, all kinds of tricks. But that was my first heat press that I used. It's just like these that we use, but it's like industrial and it's huge because it's for a whole pair of pants or a whole gown. But yeah, this was in the Crockett. What was that? Tubbs. Um, um, anyway, where he would wear the white leisure jacket and push up on the sleeve. Oh boy, we had to get all those creases out, even though we knew that the person was just going to go ahead and shove them up again. So, but anyway, yeah, those were the days. So yeah, so we just banked all that money that I was making from that just for our expenses. And and then because we had this starch, they probably stand up on their own. They probably do. But yeah, so that era is gone and now they're they're destroying jeans, like cutting holes in them and stuff like that. And but yeah, back in the day, back in the 80s, they wanted the dark navy jean. And but yeah, it was starched. But they were also long and bell and they wore the Miami Vice. Thank you, Vera. Um um but yeah, those disco days. Okay, so I have to stitch this up again right here. And of course, it had to come out because so I was thinking of these patches all this patchwork I'm having to do um, to get this fabric all stitches. And so remember the song Patches? I'm relying on you, son. That's the song that came to mind. All right. The boyfriend jacket for women came from that design. Yeah. And I remember boyfriend jeans too, right? I don't know. Because I was tall, I was 5'9", and girls could only wear dresses. And then when we were allowed to wear pants to school, um, I had to get boy jeans because because boy jeans were the only ones that came in length. Girl jeans were too short for me. Gail, my 10-year-old granddaughter is learning how to sew. She received a sewing machine for her birthday. Awesome. My granny did a lot of starching. Those puppies were stiff. Can you imagine? You wouldn't be able to run anymore. But we used to wear big heels too. And so I loved it when like Bonjour, there was another jean that came out that they came with whoops wide fold up cuffs. I would have to take those down and then I could wear heels. But okay, so I'm going to stitch this again because I stitched it, but my thread was um not long enough and it came out of the needle. So and hopefully it's my last time patching up this front. Know what's going on. Ah. All right, I'm going to hang on to that thread now. What is going on that this is just coming out? Gloria Vanderbilt's, I love those jeans because they came in lengths. Now, what's going on with you? Uh, uh, down. There we go. Um, they they put a wire hanger in the zipper to get them. What? I remember having to lay down, but they used to call me Twiggy. What is going on with you? Something's going on with oh, it's my thread. It's my thread. It's coming to an end and they have this knotted, and that's why. Okay, so that's why it keeps pulling and pulling out of the needle. Okay. So I'm like, why is this so tight? It's not even in the tension area. Okay. All right. Hopefully we'll finish this project before I run out of thread. I might have another spool of black thread, but okay. So there's this little, in the stain in the top, there's a little wire and you got to make sure you get in that. And then up and around. I know you can't see me, but like I said, I'll play around with my camera angles. Um, try to do it again. Spilling when you did that stand up and jump to get the rest in. I don't know what needle they have in here, but it's got a nice big hole. Easy for my blind eyes to see through. See it? All right. Please let me have success with this. It is so beautiful. I gotta check which side am I trying to stitch on. Okay, this side. All right. Come on. Okay, let's pray that this examination, okay, all of it's caught here. All of it is caught here. And there. Okay. Normally you don't have to do that much stitching. To hold the fabric all together. This, oh man, it's red. Right, let me. So now that loose, oh, you can't even see. So this loose thread is wrapping around the spool spindle. Thank goodness I only have one more seam to do. Let me try and clip this. Okay. So our next step is you want to make sure that hey 755, welcome in. Lena Lena then do the squat test to see if you can sit down once you zip them. In the Northeast, you had to wear dark denim leather riding boots and a hand crocheted sweater when I was 16. I forgot what I was going to say. Okay, so then before you turn it, you just want to trim up all of these frayed edges, and because those will show through your seam when you turn it back around. So you want to make sure they're all trimmed down. And I'm going to trim this here, but not with these little scissors. I'm going to do it with the other one. And my little fuzzies. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I think that the layaways still exist. I don't know, because I definitely avoid stores during the Christmas holiday time. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and you don't have to do this. I just am doing this because I see what's the mess that's here. I don't want any of these little things in my stitches. Um, but I haven't had to do this on my other purses that I've made. Just this one is particularly, I guess, because I haven't, well, I have used this fabric. Okay, so I'm going to be trimming this down to equal with the seam. I mean, with the edge here. I loved Learner. I actually did some work there. Um, hey, I'm biased. Yep. So I'm just testing out doing using strips, scrap fabric, and testing out my new machine and learning, not testing, learning my new machine and my new sewing machine. All right. See, so I had just cleaned this up and now it's has um messed up again. All right, so let's clean this. There it is. All right, so last step. So we're going to go ahead and turn. I'm looking for my scissors. Be careful. It is hot out there. Drink lots of water. So if I'm looking for my scissors, they're under my sewing table here. Okay, so we're going to turn this inside out. And poke out these corners. See, so these corners, oh, I can't even see. It looks so dark. So, and then I'm going to go ahead and, oh, see, that didn't catch there. Drats. But I didn't even see that. All right. This side is good, but you definitely want, see that it didn't catch there. And because that's the top. Thanks, Gayle, for me. Oh. Yeah. Um, Spilling, you start the Leo season off for us, right? No, you finish it. You finish it. I Oh, now I have to think of who. Oh, Karen. Then Karen. She starts off. She's August 1st. She starts off our August. I know who the July Leo is. Okay, so then so I want to capture. So I have to sew this seam again, a little bit further in, so I can capture that because you don't want that seam, especially that seam, to be open. Now these, okay. So coming up in here again, and I'm going to go this way so I can capture that. Capture. I'm like lassoing in these stitches. Yeah, the last day. I wonder, I don't want to say, but I do have it. I do have it in my phone calendar. Um, everybody's birthday. When I learn it, I put it in my phone calendar. It's just a little piece of them. Well, at least y'all are getting to see, you know, all the things that can go. Might want to make, might not want to make these things, but anyway, it does get better. And this is the one that um was giving me the most. Well, I haven't put this other one together yet, but this is another one that is going to be an adventure because it's something that I haven't tried before. The what I'm going to finish this with. I don't want to say it. You'll see it when it's when I do it. All right, so let's turn this baby inside out again. And so far this is looking good. It's dinner already. I know, like last week, because we have our family dinner on Wednesdays, and last week they had texted me early, let me know we were having dinner at 4 because my granddaughter had to work, and so that way she had to work at 6, and so that way she would be able to join us, and it was fine. And my son was off. Well, I still didn't catch it. What the heck? What the heck? Um, so as most of you know, my son had surgery last Friday. He has sleep apnea, and he had the implant put in Friday, and so he is off all this week. So we could end up having um Marlies has been in the garage cleaning this week. Also, yesterday was, oh, happy birthday. Oh, 59. Yay. Happy birthday. This I had to put this down because the SnapBand is snapping. It's being snappy, and so it was just like curling up on each other. Okay, this is the corner that I need. I need to go wider. Okay, so that means I'm going to so I've been starting at the top. I need to start below that so that I can come over closer. Yeah, I can see. I don't know if you can. Yeah, it's too dark. You probably can't see, but it's stitched, and then I get too close to the edge here, and so it's not catching that. So now that I'm on this side and I can see the frayed fabric, will we finish before I run out of black thread? This is the question now. Okay, so close, so close. All right, I have confidence that this was the last, instead of the last straw. This is the last stitch. All right. I was trying to think of my 59. I was just so excited for my 60th, because 60 is diamond year. And I don't know what was going on. Of course, that was 20 years ago. 69? No, 10 years ago. Sorry. All right. So I'm getting real good corner there. And really good. That's the best I've had. All right. So then kind of just rolling these to get so that there's no um, so it's not gapped, and I have to clip it up here to keep this band from snapping. um neutralized Neutralize it and then roll it. Okay, and then I'm going to pull this corner out just a little bit more. Okay, and I'm going to neutralize the band on the other side. Oh, well, let me stitch this and then I can move the bands over a little bit more. All right. So then I just feel where that is. I can feel where the other stitches are, and then you're going to go just beyond that. And I am starting off from the corner, and I'll go back in and capture that. So that's a pretty much a 1/4 inch, and this is the side with the hardware on it. And I'm like leaning over to get to which sorry. Okay, let's do this. And I want a straight stitch, not a zigzag stitch. So my straight stitch I want is 1 on this dial and 5 on that dial. Hey, but you also need to turn the other dial. So it was still on 3 for zigzag. I need it on 1 for um, straight stitch. Okay, I'm done with that stitching, but I'm going to clip the snap band so it behaves itself. Oh, there we go. All right, then we're going to work on this side. I need a drink. And then we're going to do the same thing where I'm going to roll out these, keep rolling it so that the seam comes out. Not seam comes out, but I mean, you know, so it's not buckled under there. And need to pull out this corner better. And so it's pretty tight where, I mean, not tight, but it's pretty thick where the all that stitching is for the hardware in there. So I'm really having to work it out. And then be mindful. Oh, I'm going to put red clips there to alert me to caution. So that I'm aware, slow down and take your time. So I put red clips there where the hardware is. Don't need to be running over no metal. And the fabric is extra thick there because it has this the strap. Okay. All right, so here's this. So 1/4 inch seam works. Well, we're going to find out if it works good, but that's where I can feel where the edge is, the edge of the first stitching, the zigzag stitching. Look how much, y'all look at my thread. Oh, it would just be hilarious. It's okay. I'm at where the hardware is. Here's the thread. Oh, I forgot what I need. I forgot I needed to like move these bands down so I don't run them over because it's right up in that seam. Don't need any more drama. All right. All right. Oh my goodness. Here's the end of my thread. There it is. Wow. Yeah, so this is the end of the thread and it because it didn't have tension on it. So I will need to that's the first time that I totally ran out of thread. Hey V, welcome in, sweetie. Um I'll have to see if I have some more. But we are done enough where I can turn it. And then I just want to make sure that I do uh make sure I have if I have oh here it is. That's a nice one. Okay, I do have more black thread. Um so the side with the hardware. So let me go ahead and do that. That was how you doing, B? Yeah, I've never did that. I was wondering what was going to happen when it passed through the tension, and now I know. Don't let it do that because it just balls up. Um, I certainly don't need any drama in the bobbin area with bird nesting. Okay, so I'm just going to stitch that area again since I didn't get to come up to the top. I mean, I did, but it didn't, I wouldn't say that the stitches again is, well, because it was only the bobbin, it was only the bobbin thread. So I'm going to do this band again. And since I have it off there, I'm going to go ahead and move this move it down further so it's not under my needle. Oh, you want to do a book bag? I'm having trouble getting it underneath there. All right, let's go here. What is your pro? Oh, it's my hardware. Geez. Okay. Oof. Okay. All right, let's secure this top. Come over a little bit more because my band is right there. Come on. Well, this one, when I turn it inside out, you'll see I had scrap. I just had scraps left of this one fabric that I like, and then I just got some matching back quarters, and so then I used the one fabric as the focal point of these. I'm just going to head, and I know I can do this later, but I want to clean this up now. I don't want to have to turn it back inside out because the snap bands curl up, and I'm tired fighting with it. I'm going to clean these up on here. Oh, and let me check this out. Okay, I'll show you. So I know it's really difficult to see, but it looks really good. Everything is all enclosed, no stitches, no batting showing. Now let's turn it inside out. Okay, looking good, looking good, looking good. Just gonna poke my corners out here. All right, I'm going to have to go to Dollar Tree and find some more of this because I love this. So this is how it turned out. I still need to make the a strap. Um, but it could be, you can hook anything on here. But so this is this one. Let me. So this is this one, and I had took it apart and then fixed this to make this a smaller piece. And then there's the strap. These are just ones that I've made before, and this is the original one. And so it has these straps, and this one is the triangles, and this one is also triangles. And the dress looks real good on the inside too. Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you, everybody. And so I'll just hook this just to show what it's going to look like when I do a strap, a wristlet. So that's that. We'll go ahead and find my mouse and come back to you. And I'll go ahead and move this. I started early. We heat and eat. Oh, you made it. Something's going on with my phone. There it is. Hey, Picture Me Crafting. Okay. There we go. All right. So that's my new bag, just made with scraps and the butterflies. And then these are the pulls. And these are really good. All right. This can actually come out more. Roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, and mixed vegetables. Very good, Evelyn. All right. There we go. I love it. So this is just to give you an idea of the size. So this this is made with 10-inch squares. So it's just a little bit taller than a 10 by 13. It's actually 10 by 16, but it's a 10 by 13. It actually ends up being 6.5 inches tall and 8.5 inches wide. So thank you. Thank you, Robin, Marilyn, Sharon. Okay. Oh, spilling came back. Okay. So this dress, still have my hair tucked in. So this dress was from Blinkfest 2023. The color was white. Of course, I had to represent Texas, so it's the boot and the hat, and I didn't know we could bling in color, with colored stones. I just knew we had to wear white, so I did crystal, and then the designs in the boot is crystal AB, and the flower on the hat is crystal AB. But yeah, and I've lost a lot of weight, so but it's good. Yeah, it's nice and comfy. We're going to be even though we're storming out there, it's still way over 100 degrees. So anyway, um, okay, so that is it. I'll be heading out to my family's pretty soon for our dinner. And usually my lives on Wednesday are only an hour and a half, but these purses do take a little bit more time. Not seeing oh, so I've been on almost 4 hours. And so anyway, so I really appreciate you all coming in here. And I know I had a lot of quiet stuff, um, a lot of quiet moments while I was figuring things out. Um, I don't have a pattern. I just have measurements because I'm just making it as I go. This one, um, This one, I start off with a 10-inch square and then all the quilting. Oh, gosh. So then I do all the quilting and stuff. And because it's directional fabric, that's why I did the 10-inch squares so that you can have them going the correct directions. And I'm going to leave this big. And so the lining just needs to be, you need like a half-inch turn and then an inch and a half. So you need 2 inches. So a total of 4 inches longer than what this ends up being. And so that's basically the rules of it. I mean, this was a Missouri, um, this was a pattern from Missouri Quilt Star or Missouri Star Quilt Company, but you really don't need, once you learn how to do it, you don't need a pattern, just measurements. And so that's what it is. So I want it bigger. And then I'm actually going to even make it smaller. I'm going to make like a little credit card purse. And because you can cut down the bands, you can make your own bands. You don't have to, you can make them out of a ruler, a retractable ruler. So anyway, um, and as you know, if you sew, the possibilities are endless. The only limitation is your creativity. And and if you have a creative brain, you know it never shuts down. It always continues. Because I sit there when I'm on bed rest, I sit there and I'm looking and I'm like, oh, I can do this, I could do that, and da da da. And so it's like, oh, Gayle, please just write it down and go to sleep. So anyway, um, so uh let's see. Oh yeah, you recognize it. Yeah, because you were at the first one, and then you weren't at the second one, and then I haven't been since. Oh, thank you, V. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And then yep, so I get to go at family time, and my great grandbaby there is like 8 months old. And then and she is, oh, did I tell you guys? So I was holding her, and then I'm gonna go. So I was holding her, and because she's learning how to sit up, and so she arches a lot. So I just had her back up against me, and so I was just cheek to cheek with her, and I give her a little kiss on my on her cheek, and she turned and she kissed me on my cheek, and I'm like, oh my gosh, just melts. And so that's what she does, is she just smiled really big when I gave her a little kiss on the cheek, and then she smiled real big, and then she turned her head and gave me a kiss on my cheek. So yeah, my Gigi heart just melted. So all right, y'all, that's it for me today. And I will see you again tomorrow, maybe, but I will be online. Where did I get the rhinestone pattern? So this actually is from My File Addiction. And I think she has I think she had 60% off sale. I think it's still going on. I'm not sure, but check out her website. And so that's where I got this file from. And also that's where I got my bingo files. But yeah, I really love her designs. They're good. They're really good designs. And then and so anyway, so yeah, it's My File Addiction. She does have Etsy and she does have the website, but I always support the website so that Etsy doesn't take her fees or don't beat her to death. So anyway, everyone watching, make sure you still subscribed. If not, please do. Yeah, last I checked, I was 467, getting closer to 500. But anyway, okay, so I am going to go. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for hanging out with through my problems. Hopefully, when you do this, then you say, "Oh yeah, I remember. Gayle had that problem too, and this is what she did to correct it." So I always have to search for how do I end the live here. Oh, here it is. End stream. All right. Yeah, I did the bingos there. So yeah, at 60%. Okay. Bye. Love you all and thank you so much for supporting my channel.